Okay, let's get that heart out of the chat. Now we can get some advertising done. Get that out of the way. Top chat. Turn the speaker on. Confirmed. Reminds me, I need to ask VG if she's posting her lives in a different place because she hasn't been popping up in my channel. Oops, and I will need to move that fan onto me. All right, folks. Are there any quests left on this? I need to find somebody who can help. That's what I was trying to do. Maybe the Toydarian can help me transport somebody off.
You interrupting me for a reason? I have a lot of work to do, to manage here, right? So, what is it? What? Do I look like a passenger ship to you? Ah, all right. You help me, I help you. Fine, I'll do for you. But don't ask of Fassa again. What else?
See? You make a mistake early in a quest, but you did a different quest, so now you can handle this one. Now I just have to go to the refugee sector and tell her
Thank you so much for returning my Adana to me.
no, her head's a little bit strangely shaped, but she's okay. Is that her? No. There's Husef. The woman's around here somewhere. Just saw an exchange thug. Otis, veteran. Her name's Kahana. Where are you, woman? Why are you making this difficult? You're up in the hallway. I don't need to deal with you right now. All right, I'll go deal with you. I didn't want to have to fight him. Where is...
Hey, you look like a spacer. You work at the docks? Because if you need a crew, I'm your man. I flew during the Mandolorian Wars, and again during the Jedi Civil War. You need a pilot's license to fly the freighters here. They're tough to get without sponsorship. I'd greatly...
I know she's down here somewhere. I thought she was in this first container. But the problem here is these people wander around so much they can be anywhere once you let them start walking.
Hey, thanks for saving me.
Yeah, you're welcome, kid. That leads to the other side. I don't want to go to the other side until I've verified she is not over here at all. She is not here. Holy shit. Where the hell is she? I guess she's just... Guess I don't have to tell. At all. I thought I had to tell her she had a way out. Apparently I don't. News to me. That's fine. I don't mind not having to tell her. I just wish that it was a little more obvious that I didn't need to tell her. I want to go back out onto the docks, however, and see if that crew is back in their room. Because if they're back in their room, I can get that pilot a job. That crew that their captain was in the Jek-Jek-Tar and wouldn't come out.
I thought we already went over this. We might be able to work something out. If not for the fact that I don't want to talk to you.
That's actually kind of humorous. I can't stand that voice. Whoops. Probably shouldn't blow doors open in front of people, but since I hit the wrong button, can't hurt, right? What's the worst that can happen? Jabba's not receiving guests, I guess. Can't go into the Jek-Jek-Tar. Well, I guess I'm going to not be fulfilling that one quest.
You interrupting me for Now that freighters can depart safely, I can use a good pilot. Fasa can do this. Good. I'll send someone for him.
Good. And I don't have to go tell him. Alright, we go back to Telos and tell them we've got fuel for them. We don't have to go right now to tell them.
Don't you ever give it a rest? Fine, don't mind me. I just need to get some stuff from the cargo hold.
You'd be more convincing if you weren't staring at her on your way through.
You know the first tier of styles, but you're holding back because I am unarmed. Tell me where you were trained.
What can I say? I'm a quick study.
You lie. Few know the Echani styles by reflex.
Oh yeah? Guess you saw a lot of the world while you were freezing your cargo hold off in the Ice Academy. Didn't you, sister? Next time I walk in here, I'm carrying a blaster. Oh yeah, one other thing. Don't think I haven't noticed the way you've been sparring with our ex-Jedi friend. This isn't some pleasure yacht. So if I did know all the Echani movements, I might know more than just the first tier, including the etiquette rituals. So keep your hands where I can see them.
Fool.
Shadda.
I don't know what the two of you are arguing about. I caught him. He's mine. But it's obvious you two need some advice, so let me lay out the attack pattern for you. It's simple. When you want a man, you jab him with a Bothan stunner, then while he's screaming in pain, slap some stun cuffs on him. Then, starve him for 2 or 3 days until he becomes open to suggestion, then double-check his bounty and see if he's worth anything.
That sounds more like hunting.
Call it what you want. Me, I love my targets.
Something troubles you, servant of Atris.
Leave me be.
I have seen what you have seen, the slow seduction of the Sith. Perhaps we are more allies than you know. I fear the exile has let his feelings for the Miraluka affect his judgment, and it will doom him.
There is still hope.
I do not believe so, and neither do you. You have seen his stance, his movements. They mirror hers, not yours. But do not mistake my intent. We are together in this. And if we stand together, we may yet prevent a greater tragedy.
I do not believe you, and I do not trust you.
What you think is of no concern. What the exile thinks is what should concern us.
Diagnostic. HK-47 activated. Running checks through primary systems. Assessment. It appears I have suffered considerable damage and dismemberment. I can feel all the cracks in my motivators. And my central control cluster seems to have taken several repeated blaster shots at close range. How crude. Answer. It seems you would know more than I. My memory centers are experiencing some setbacks. Reflection. Of course, for some reason, that does not alarm me. I suspect I have suffered such repeated memory failures before. Still, the loss of my higher combat and assassination protocols is shameful and degrading. Answer. I do not know, Master. It is curious that I was here, although this place does seem familiar. extrapolation. Perhaps someone was already in the process of rebuilding me. It may be I was needed for some task. Answer. Oh, that is impossible, Master. If I were out to kill you, we would not be speaking. And regardless, I am a unique model. Why, to think that there would be other versions of me would be unacceptable.
If only he knew.
Statement. Master, I must inform you that your attempts at humor are wasted on a droid such as I. As I have expressed, I am unique. Resignation. Very well, Master. If you persist in your attempts at humor, I shall indulge you. Let me check the ship's records, and we will settle this matter once and for all. Conclusion. You speak the truth. This discovery is also causing me some degree of anger and humiliation. Mockery. Am I all right? Oh, yes, Master. Why, I am fine. Statement. I mean, I've only just been reactivated, only to find that there are substandard duplicates of me running all over the galaxy, corroding my good name. But if they are in fact hunting you, then I look forward to the opportunity to meet these units and educate them in proper assassination protocols. Conclusion. So it seems I need you, for the time being. Recitation. Yes, as I said, I am an assassin droid. It is my primary function to burn holes through meat bags that you wish removed from the galaxy. Master, oh, how I hate that term. Answer. No, Master. I said it again. Answer. Well, I am not certain I like the idea of a master who feels reservations at having an assassination droid at their disposal. In fact, it brings with it a certain sense of dread that you may actually not use me to my full capabilities. Answer. Yes, Master. HK-47 is ready to serve.
Awesome.
Oh, hey. Can I ask you something? Your face. You have this glow. I mean, not a real glow, but it's like you're calm. At peace, but it's more than that. You haven't been chewing on spice, have you? Oh, well, it shows. It's like you're hooked up to a power coupling. It's weird. I mean, not bad weird, it's just weird. For a minute there, I thought you and Visas, but it's just the Force. You know, hooked up a power coupling. You know? Got it. Just checking. Talk. About what? Why, you trying to be my father? No thanks. Already had one. Somewhere. Are you sure you're a Jedi? That exile of yours must have gone on longer than I thought. Look, you're way too old for me. Even if I were interested, you couldn't handle me anyway. I mean, you're really good in a fight, and you've got those intense eyes. And it's obvious you take care of your body, but I really don't have the luxury of getting attached to you. Besides, you already have your little entourage. I don't want to be a part of the pack, you know? Look, if we start sharing a bunk, the other girls would get upset, and then I'd have to kick the hell out of them to show them who's the pack leader around here. No thanks. You're sweet, old guy. But let's keep it professional. Run away? You're the one who couldn't handle me. I'd kill you. Go ahead and ask. It's all this traveling, being trapped in the ship. Everything's just too quiet. I'd rather be doing something, somewhere with people, activity, some life. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been off planet. Guess I got used to it. Well, Nar Shadda may be one of the biggest cesspits in the galaxy, but it's got a life to it. Activity, aliens, people, refugees. It's like noise, but relaxing. Like the hum of a hyperdrive. Yeah, well, I wouldn't go that far. I'll believe it when I see it. No thanks. You can keep your Jedi training to yourself. I already know Nar Shadda better than you ever will.
Did you just trap me in this room?
My life for yours.
I am prepared both in mind and body for your teachings. I understand now. Such a form will increase my skills and my use to you. I do not understand, but the choice is mine whether you permit it or not.
You know, I'm glad I found you again, General. We were together at Malak. I don't know if anyone else could understand. Getting philosophical on me? I'm here because you found me on Telos and I decided to come along for the ride. Not that I had much choice after we got going. Tired of me already? I was frustrated. Watching the Ithorians getting pushed around by Zerka, I thought I could make a difference, but it was taken away from me. Guess if one planet was good enough for me, why not the galaxy? You just have to know what the circuits look like. I'll be sure to do that, General. Was there something you wanted me for?
Why are you here? If you have come to ask me questions, try to find out more of Atris or the Academy, then I have nothing to say to you. I see where your loyalty lies, and if you stand with her, then you cannot stand with me. She is of the Sith. She has faced battle and been found wanting. Why is it you trust her and not I? I would follow you wherever you led. I believe in what you seek, yet you listen to her counsel. She who would lead you to the Sith Lords themselves. She who would sacrifice you to darkness. I do not believe you. Every action you have taken with her runs counter to your words. This is the end between us. I will aid you against the enemies we face, but when it is settled, you shall not see me again.
That I've never had happen.
are here. You felt it, did you not? The time to hide your presence is coming to a close, and you will need to increase your training. You are ready. Your training must increase, and there are higher mysteries you must learn. But only you must know the path you will take. I cannot choose it for you. Is it battle that stirs you? To meet an enemy blade upon blade? Such is the way of the greatest of Jedi warriors, the weapon masters. Or perhaps it is investigating the mysteries of the galaxy, seeking out injustice and harm, and bringing it into the light. Such is the way of the Jedi watchman in the time of Ulic Qel-Droma and Exar Kun. Or perhaps your way lies upon the ancient mysteries, and to teach others the ways of the Force, as I have, the way of the Jedi Masters. It is not some great test you require to be what you strive to be. It is only your decision to find that path that matters. From here on, you guide your destiny. But in order to take the next steps, you must face your past and put it to rest.
David Marshall said, "Handmaiden's refusal is what happens when you don't enforce a dress code." David Marshall
Hey, David.
said, "Hail all, how are we doing?"
I'm doing pretty good. How are you, David? Yeah, let her stand around in her underwear long enough, and I guess that's how she acts. Well, I guess I'm going to be
David Marshall said, "Am well, thank you, sir."
Guess I'm going to be working on making Visas my partner in crime. Since the handmaidens rejected me. Usually, I like having her become my apprentice, but let's get fuel back over to Telos. I've never had the handmaiden dislike me like that. And Visas isn't really all that friendly with me right now. But I have lost standing with Kreia quite a bit. And the cutscene did show her poisoning the well, so maybe that was enough.
Has there been any sign of the ship?
No, mistress, nor any word of our sister. We do not know where they travel now.
The freighter. It is important. And I thought the droid was as well, but I was wrong.
Mistress, we still do not know the significance of the ship or the droid. We downloaded all you asked, but we are still no closer to the answers you seek.
Then perhaps we'll need to have faith that your sister will change her mind, remember her oath, and return to us with the answers we seek.
I hope so, mistress. But there has been no word of her since she departed with the other 4 on the freighter.
4?
Yes,
David
mistress.
Marshall
The Iridonian,
said,
The Ichani trained
Might have
pilot,
spoken to
the
Visas
exile,
first.
and
2.
the old
Handmaiden is
Old woman?
possessive.
Yes, mistress.
Yeah, maybe I should have spoken to
Mistress, she was secured
Handmaiden
for much of the
first.
time the exile was here. At other times, you were meditating, and we did not wish to disturb you. Mistress, is there something wrong?
I am tired. I sometimes feel as if things are collapsing all around us. It is just at the edge of perceptions, waiting. I fear things will collapse before our enemies reveal themselves.
Yes, mistress.
I will meditate upon this. Perhaps it will clear my mind.
What do you mean, Pazak? What, again? This is Ronto Scrag. What house rule says I have to go first? Yeah, well, I'm still not convinced you aren't cheating.
Warning, if you draw another +/-1 card, I will enact assassination protocols.
This droid is cleaning me out. Pazak. Well, I'm playing. It's cheating.
I don't think the droid's cheating.
Whatever, cheater.
No, I'm not going to play Pazak.
Ah, HK-47. I did not realize that you still existed, especially now that the other generations are activated.
Query, what is it you wish, Fat One?
I see that your recent reassembly has not affected your behavior core, nor your attitude.
Fat One.
If I require a similar diagnostic in the future, I shall seek out the Iridonian.
Oh, I do not think so. There is much work that needs to be done first.
Query, have we had the misfortune to meet before? I believe I would have remembered one as large as you.
Oh, yes, we have met. And I have not finished with you yet.
Statement. My memory core has suffered some damage. Statement. Yet somehow, a gap in my circuits makes me feel as if I should remember you. Statement. This is all the more important since during my routine inspection of all potential escape routes from this vessel, I made an interesting discovery. Observation. The navicomputer is voice-locked. As a consequence, you are now responsible for course corrections and astrogation. Statement. That is indeed a great burden. It also raises many questions. Query. Why would someone lock the navicomputer? Answer. Presumably to hide where one has been. Statement. I believe you've been somewhere. Somewhere you wish to keep hidden.
You think so, huh? She even looks pissed off. See, yeah, I'll take the little Reba McEntire here.
Avalanche Multimedia said, "Never even noticed you live."
Hey, Tony, welcome aboard.
Unnecessary observation. Targets acquired. Annoying recitation. Let us proceed to facilitate communications. Recitation. And bring about the termination of hostilities.
Oh, she's not got a shield on.
Avalanche Multimedia said, "Know how I guess you
went." You looked at the time and said, "Oh, it's Friday."
That's a master. Sailing master.
Gotta tell you, I like this being a Jedi Master thing. Oh, I can fast travel. Entertainment Module 8-1.
Avalanche Multimedia said, texted and no reply, and Discord said Star Wars so.
Yeah, that was another good way to figure it out. Hey, Gren, I got good news for you.
So you've returned. What is it? I see. And where and when did you kill them? I see. Well, you certainly earned the bounty on those two dangerous criminals. Here it is. I think you'll find the amount more
Avalanche
than adequate.
Multimedia
TSF once again
said,
thanks you for your cooperation.
I got one issue.
So you've returned. While I was disturbed that you chose to defy our orders and obtain transport off Citadel Station, the matter has since been closed. It was the decision of Republic authorities that
What
your
issue,
testimony
Tony?
would no longer be necessary, and thus you'd be allowed to go. But as we discovered, you had already left. In some ways, it was lucky for us, avoiding a possibly embarrassing situation. Why does the Republic do anything? The head doesn't know what the feet are doing. The hands don't even know they've got fingers, let alone where they are. My opinion, they probably performed their independent investigation and figured it wasn't your fault. Anyways, you should just be glad I decided to overlook the fact you escaped arrest. Yeah. And if there's nothing else, I've got a job to do. What is it?
I found a fuel. Why won't it let me give him the fuel? Did I never go tell Voga that his fuel is safe? Is that my, That might be my issue. Oops. I might have to go back and tell Voga that I killed
Avalanche
Goda.
Multimedia said, Controller?
Is your controller not responding in Windows 10? Because there's troubleshooting we can do for that.
If I made some changes to my remote's maintenance laser to do spot repairs.
That would be a welcome improvement. My combat effectiveness could be better sustained, providing an advantageous arrangement. And my miniature counterpart would finally be able to pull his weight in a fight.
All right then. I'll work on it when we get back to the Hawk. There.
He says that while in the cargo hold of the Hawk.
You won't be able to perform serious repairs, but you should be able to patch up any broken droids.
Avalanche Multimedia said, It's connecting cable or wireless, just not showing in Marvel Rivals as connected.
Ooh. So it's only in the game that it's not showing
a
up.
little boost. It works fine for repairs, but we could use your help in a firefight.
Do you have the game
Don't worry about it.
through one of the
their scopes.
specific services like Steam or
Hey, it's something for guys to be jealous of.
Epic, or did you buy the game separately?
Think of it this way. You can keep Goto in line with it.
Avalanche Multimedia said, Other than that, system is back online better than before.
I don't understand why you won't let me take a look.
Statement. I've had quite enough tampering at the hands of unskilled meatbags such as yourself.
Avalanche
I'm not eager to
Multimedia
submit to this treatment
said,
now or in the future.
Steam.
Unskilled meatbag.
Avalanche
I'll show you
Multimedia
unskilled.
said,
Appeasement. I did
It's
not
free.
mean to imply that you
All right,
were unskilled
use
meatbag
Steam's,
as incapable of performing rudimentary repairs as holding a hydrospanner. It is only that I am quite particular with my repairs. Perhaps when I am more confident,
controller
your
configuration
abilities, I will
tool
allow you to examine my internal components.
and see what it says about your controller with that game.
I have spent some time in the presence of your remote, and the upgrades you have performed
Avalanche
on him are
Multimedia
quite adequate.
said,
I am impressed with
I
your
have it
work,
on Epic
though
also.
less so with your
David
remote
Marshall
itself.
said,
What's wrong with my remote?
Not to
I
butt
find
in,
his use
but
of
Steam has
resources,
trouble with
energy
controllers.
spent on
You have to
frivolous
disable
things
something
to be
in
an
Steam and it should
unsightly
work.
waste.
Yeah, Steam has a controller configuration tool, and it'll actually walk you through the steps for each individual
I
game.
should be able to do something. I will see what I can do next time I have a free moment.
My life for yours. I am prepared for whatever you wish to teach me. My life for yours. I am prepared for whatever you wish to teach me.
I just taught her how to breathe.
I understand now. I shall practice what you have taught me. My life
All right,
for
now we
yours.
just need to talk.
I will answer what I can. It is not a subject which I have spoken of since its destruction. It was not a thing done with machines or weapons. The Force is far more terrible, and it touches more lives than any machine can hope to slay. For everyone that feels the Force, strongly, deeply, each one feels and perceives it in their own way. You have strengths, whether you know it or not. And my master has his. His power
think
is
that
great.
I would know that
and
I
it
have
comes
strength.
from hunger. He is a wound in the Force. More presence than flesh. And in his wake, life dies, sacrificing itself.
Avalanche Multimedia
And those who feel the Force
said,
strongly are beacons
might
to
be
his hunger.
system need reboot. Also
My
might reset the controller too if
my
can
planet
find the pin for it.
would have been attacked in time. It was
That might
inevitable.
help too, Tony.
Yet we could do nothing about it. The Jedi, the last council of the Jedi, came to our world to meet in secret. They hoped that perhaps among our people, they could achieve the clarity to see what was striking them from the darkness of the galaxy. They succeeded, but only in bringing him from the outer regions. And Qatar, with my kind, with the
Avalanche
Jedi upon its
Multimedia
surface,
said,
could no longer be ignored.
I can play
and
it
my
just
people
not
died,
easy with mouse controls
Jedi
and
died.
keyboard keys.
And there was no one left.
Yeah, I understand. Not everybody's a mouse and keyboard player, and some games have more controls than just the mouse and keyboard makes convenient.
Avalanche
He cannot deny his
Multimedia
hunger for long.
said,
And any
may have
gathering of
settings
Jedi
from last
is
system
something
on.
he cannot long resist. And now that the Jedi are vanishing, I do not know what will happen. Perhaps he will grow strong enough to eradicate all life, merely with his presence.
Avalanche Multimedia said, if was just
I do not
mouse.
understand what you mean.
Avalanche Multimedia said,
They hope to see the
or
threat that has
just
been
keys.
stalking them. And
Avalanche
they did.
Multimedia
But they were unprepared for the magnitude of
fine.
the threat. I will answer what I can. I am not familiar with the place you speak of. My master has not entered Republic space for some time, but there are others who may move more freely, who may have been responsible for such an act of destruction.
Avalanche
There are many
Multimedia
factions within the Sith,
said,
all seeking to take
it's
what little
moving mouse
remains
for
in the
camera
wake of the
view
Jedi
and
Civil
then
War.
try to tap
Where one
relevant
moves, it is
keys.
not
It's
always
a
known to
pain.
the others.
I get it, Tony.
But their purpose is the same. The death of all Jedi, everywhere. They
It's it.
believe you are the last of the Jedi.
I prefer to
and their
play
hatred of the
Fallout
Jedi
with a
unites them.
controller, and
All
Mark
their eyes
prefers
are
to
upon
play
you.
mouse and keyboard.
And it is a terrible,
It's just
quiet darkness that
different
pursues
styles of play.
you. I will answer what I can.
Avalanche Multimedia said, whereas controller it's easier in one.
Alright, we're going to go back to Nar Shadda, and I'm going to see if I have to talk to Voga again. Because I think I might have forgotten to talk to Voga.
Avalanche Multimedia said, I don't mind keyboard, it's just camera view. I wish they'd set automatic.
Maybe there's something you can set in the game menu to set automatic camera angle. Let's see if she's still bitchy to me.
There is nothing for us to discuss. Leave me alone.
Yeah, she's still bitchy to me. I guess I'll stick with my Sith girlfriend. And possibly the redhead.
Don Goff said, "Hey RP Santa."
Hey Don, welcome aboard. Hey, this time of year when you look like me, you just kind of gotta lean into it, you know?
Yeah, something wrong? Talk. About what?
Never mind. We're not good enough friends yet for me to teach you how to be a Jedi. No, not the refugee sector. We need to go to the docks.
Don Goff said, "Agreed."
There's definitely no going to a quick shopping trip though. Even if I want to stop in the store for batteries, it takes me 26 minutes just to get in the door.
Kavadumpe masuraku popayi botenya tachimurota kamsa javasko bosabjo rijiso karuenokso mochitosa sagrindeyo.
Don Goff said, "LOL, throw a Viking braid into it. You'll be fine."
Bobrakinun chubagrat wikele Johnny. Wichibolano. Watagritok jimulira. Nicho dankanau. Chichiskabola. Tapichayubon. Yunbola. Chopitiman ponjame. Sashange bedwana mulera. Chupawanga kuna konticha. Chona konasa. Bobrakinun chubagrat wikele Johnny. Wichibolano.
Now I can go offer the trade agreement. Here, let's see if I can get friendly enough with her to
something wrong?
Make her a Jedi.
Talk. About what? Why, you trying to be my father? No thanks. Already had one. Somewhere. Are you sure you're a Jedi? That exile of yours must have gone on longer than I thought. Look, you're way too old for me. Even if I were interested, you couldn't handle me anyway. I mean, you're really good in a fight, and you've got those intense eyes. And it's obvious you take care of your body, but I really don't have the luxury of getting attached to you. Besides,
Yeah,
you already
Reba,
have your
trust
little
me.
entourage.
That's not what I'm getting
part of
at.
the pack, you know? Look, if we start sharing a bunk, the other girls would get upset, and then I'd have to kick the hell out of them to show them who's the pack leader around here. No thanks. You're a sweet old guy. But let's keep it professional. Run away? You're the one who couldn't handle me. I'd kill you.
Hey, I'm not that old.
Shoot. Look, before we get into a game of guess the Pazak card, pull back on the throttle. I don't know you that well to start sharing our life stories.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Feels better to be back here, not cooped up on that ship. Well, Nar Shadda may be one of the biggest cesspits in the galaxy, but it's got a life to it. Activity. Aliens, people, refugees. It's like noise, but relaxing. Like the hum of a hyperdrive. Yeah, well, I wouldn't go that far. I'll believe it when I see it. No thanks. You can keep your Jedi training to yourself. I already know Nar Shadda better than you ever will.
Yeah. I need to increase my influence with her, but unfortunately my persuasion, which is through the roof, isn't getting through to her. Let's talk about our bounties. Maybe that'll.
Something wrong? Go ahead and ask. I've killed people before, but not if I don't have to. Oh, do I? Is that it? How you could ever possibly hope to understand is beyond me. Jedi don't have family. I know what happened at Malak 5, and I know the Jedi didn't care about life there.
Don Goff.
Get away from
said,
me. The next time
foreplay.
you come and ask me a question, I swear I'll shoot you in the head and dump you out the airlock.
I didn't lose favor with her, and I gained light side points. So I think that was a good conversation. I can never tell with Mira. This was the first time I ever had
You've got some time. I'd
the
like to see if I
handmaiden
can upgrade for you.
Yes, I do have a few moments to
flat out
prepare
reject
for your
me.
work. I would like to know what he is doing here, though.
He helps me out with repairs. That isn't a problem, is it?
I suppose not. Perhaps in working on my circuitry, your assistant will learn something about how a fully functional droid is constructed.
Just ignore him and let's get to work.
I would appreciate that. Our group has little in the way of time to spare, and I would not want to delay you from your other duties.
Right. Let's get you open. See what you can do. I have to say, you are put together quite well. There wasn't much to do.
As I told you, my design is streamlined and efficient, though I am pleased that you were able to make some improvements, and this was not just a waste of my valuable time.
There were a few things from my remote that I was able to integrate into your construction.
I see. Well, thank you. I'll let you get back to your work.
Having you here has an effect on me, General. I never noticed it years ago. I think my mind was too occupied then. I feel calm, more in control. The anger is still there, but I can feel it drifting away. The last years of my life have been defined by it. The Mandalorians, Zerka, and Revan. And above all else, myself, for Malak. Never, General. It had to be done. My hands destroyed the Mandalorians. I cannot be forgiven for that. Even if I did it out of hatred of the Mandalorians? That might be the truth, but I don't want to see it that way. I can't just ignore the blood on my hands. Even if there isn't, I still feel like I need to do something to make up for it. Under your guidance, I feel like I could overcome my anger.
I'll have a whole ship full of Jedi. And droids. And one angry bitch in the cargo hold. Did I have to beat the crap out of him? He was just holding his guts like I had really beaten down. You're next. Now I just have to, next time I take him anywhere, get him out of the armor and into something Jedi, so he can use force powers. I think I have some Jedi armor. I know I have some Jedi robes. I think I have some Jal Shea armor though. Let's run another save on top of that.
What do you want now? Whatever, don't worry about it. It's just a sore subject with me. Yeah, well, they're dead. That's how that story ends. But not everybody's story has to end with losing their family or their loved ones. And not all the bounty hunting I do is for criminals or killers. There's a lot of lost people out there, scattered ever since the Mandalorian Wars. And sometimes, it's like you can almost hear them. Like an echo, calling out for each other. And maybe, just maybe by finding them, I can start putting the galaxy back together. Maybe. We'll see. I don't even know why I'm telling you this. But you're not getting anything else out of me.
00 Core.
Shoot.
Said. Hello Rob, hello everyone.
Hey Zero, welcome aboard.
Anhar's only a bounty hunter because that's the closest word for what he does. He's not out for credits. He's more vicious than that. and it runs a lot deeper. It's like he's out to make the whole galaxy suffer. Every living thing in it. He wants to break them, ruin them. And when they can't suffer anymore, he wants them dead. I didn't kill him once. Biggest mistake ever. Do you really want to hear this? Well, Hanhar and me go way back, in the worst possible way. He's from some forest planet on the Outer Rim where Zerka had set up one of their slaving operations. I don't remember the name. Something with too many K's and Y's. It sounds like you're gargling Ronto spit when you say it. No idea. He's just Hanhar. I hope there aren't any more like him. I get the impression he's not a good representative of his people, though. He's the equivalent of a mad calf hound among Rontos. Some of Voga the Hett's men said Hanhar killed his own tribe, but those two crud thugs lie every time they open their mouths, so who knows? Well, not for long. Once off planet, Hanhar escaped from the Zerka slavers, then killed them all. I don't know. I always thought he just liked using them as weapons. Well, before you get too teary-eyed, Hanhar figured Zerka had the right idea. I don't think he understood the concept of slavery before, at least on the scale that Zerka practiced it. But now he did. You ever hear of Dursan 3, or the ID cluster colonies? Right, that's because Hanhar happened. He makes what happened to his homeworld look like an exercise in community building. He's not a bounty hunter. He's a slaver. A predator. It's like he's out to enslave or kill every human in the galaxy, like he's trying to settle some huge score or debt. I don't get it, but he's dangerous. I was prey. And not only did I escape, but I saved his life while doing it. He's been hunting me ever since. I don't pretend to understand it, but among his people, they have these codes of honor. But somewhere along the line, Hanhar's got twisted. His people form these things called life debts. If you save the life of one of them, they pledge themselves to you. Well, with Hanhar, he can't escape that life debt. It's bred into him. But he hates every other living thing in the galaxy, so pledging himself to someone else, especially a human, was unbearable. So when I saved his life, it was the worst thing I could do. It was like slavery all over again. But it was in his head. It was like it pushed him over the edge. A life debt to Hanhar is the death sentence. He'll hunt you until you're dead. When I saved his life, it meant he had to kill me. And so he kept chasing me in hopes I would die. I think the fact I showed him mercy after hating humans for so long, that was something he couldn't stand. Probably. But if he had multiple life debts, especially to humans, Hanhar would probably go mad. He was
like
angry
he
before,
wasn't
sure,
mad
but
before.
10 times worse if that happened. Hanhar's tough. Really tough. And when he loses it, it's like nothing can stop him. I've seen him shrug off blaster bolts, Bothan stunners, and even survive a freighter crash on Dursan 3. He keeps coming.
Wow.
Oh, I'm glad he's gone. It's like a weight off my shoulders. I don't have to keep watching my back every minute, wondering when he's going to show up. And he always did. It's like he always knew where I was. Trust me, if he was still alive, he'd be chasing us even now, waiting to ambush us when we least expect it. And he always shows up at the worst possible time. He was one of the best bounty hunters on Nar Shadda. Hanhar never gives up on his prey. Or his life debts. He's a hunter. He's a natural predator. Well, as happens on Nar Shadda, I made someone mad. Mad enough for them to send Hanhar after me. Turns out they were even able to get him cheap. He'd heard about me and wanted to hunt me down, for sport. He didn't think I'd be much of a challenge. Well, he tried to box me down in vents beneath the Nar Shadda docks, and he'd set one too many proximity mines to cover the escape routes. I think he'd hoped to drive me into the mines and then let them do the work. or that I'd be too scared to try and walk through them. Thing is, I knew Hanhar's supplier, and the trigger signatures for the mines. It was pretty easy to broadcast a signal to blind their sensor receptors for a minute or two. I figured that would buy me enough time to move through them and get away. No, it isn't. I spent most of my childhood hauling mines and munitions. Got to know my way around them. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be here right now. Like I said, I disarmed the trigger fuses for enough of the mines to get by, temporarily. And Hanhar was pretty fast on my trail. I just made it to safety when he hit the first one. The blast leveled the entire ventilation section, and Hanhar was caught right in the middle, and he survived. Barely. He was crawling around, blinded from the flash and the plasma burns. And it happened so fast. All the blood had been scabbed and crusted from the flash. I had the drop on him, and even blind, he knew it. He could still hear me. My ears were ringing from the blast, but I could hear him. I think he was begging me to let him live. His voice, it wasn't a roar, more like an echo of it. I suppose I should have killed him, but I couldn't do it. He was in pain, and he was helpless. So I dragged him out of there enough to get him to safety, and he kept hunting me ever since. He said he'd pursue me to the edge of the galaxy. No matter where I ran, he would find me and break me.
He was begging you to let him die.
Maybe. I've thought about that moment. A lot. Wondered if I would do things differently if I had another chance.
Now that was a good talk. Let's take her and the new Jedi. Come on. Let's go. First, you need some better clothes. Alright, you can't wear the Jalshe. Why not? You don't have the prerequisite. The prerequisite is... cannot equip Beodar. Well... oh, well, he can't equip that... oh, it's because of his arm, yeah. So he can only equip clothing and armor, but it affects whether or not he can use Jedi skills. That's a big deal. He's using this one. This is 7 and 3. The Zabrak is 6 and 4. I need to find him something that he can wear. Do we have any lightsabers left? No.
David Marshall said, Koteter is dark, man. You can't have armor if you only have one arm. Grim.
You can't have Jedi robes or the Jalshe armor. You can wear other types of armor. It's really tough choosing a power for him because he's so limited in what he can use. It has to be something that's not restricted by armor. He can use healing powers. He can use energy resistance. He can use force deflection, and that's an always-on power, so let's do that. He gets 2 because he's new to this, and I can give him both levels of that. It's been a while since I've raised his level. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. I'm back. Thank you. All right. Wisdom and charisma are the primaries for Jedi. That's where all their bonuses come from. My daughter needs me to work on something this afternoon after stream. He doesn't even have a lightsaber yet, and I'm giving him mastery on it, but... Okay, force push doesn't require... Look for the things that... There we go. All the stuff that doesn't require armor are the thing, or are restricted by armor, will let us build him
So you've returned. Really? That's great news. The situation here hasn't improved at all. What did you discover? Voga the Hutt? That's preposterous. What makes you think we'd be willing to do that? A glut of fuel isn't going to help our position much in this case. It's a resource that's needed throughout the galaxy, and he'll be able to command a high price for it. Still, we don't have much of a choice. We need fuel, and we need it fast. I'll bring this up with the Telosian Council and urge them to broker a deal with Voga. Now, I believe I gave you my word that there would be a reward for information leading to the establishment of a fuel source for the station. Never believed for a moment that you'd actually be collecting it. But I'm a man of my word. So here you are. Now, I've got to send this information to the Council right away.
Now, look at that. Both the kids go up a level.
Yeah?
Yeah, let's give him a healing power. I've got her pretty good all around. Got sink all her points into stealth as well. Where does this go? This goes right to Dock 126. I don't have to...
Yeah, something wrong? Alright. Made it. It's custom for me, which is a good thing, because I wouldn't want anyone using it against me. I can show you how to make rockets, though, if you like. All it requires is a good skill with demolitions. Anything else you wanted to know?
Boy, that was a very inappropriate look.
Finally decided to let me take a look at your circuitry.
Answer. Indeed, I did. I hope you understand how difficult it is for me to trust a meat bag with something as delicate as my inner mechanics. Explanation. Our encounters with my copies has convinced me that I should look into upgrading my capabilities in order that I may be able to destroy them with greater impunity.
Worried you might be going obsolete? I understand.
Objection. Nothing of the sort. I am programmed to improve my capabilities if it will improve my chances of destroying a target. Even as unsavory an avenue as this.
You don't have to suffer on my account. Maybe you are better off not letting me dig around in you.
Retraction. You must understand. My previous interactions with meatbags have rarely been pleasant.
David Marshall
Disclosure.
said,
After all, most of those
inappropriate
meetings
jazz
involved the
hands.
termination of said meatbags.
It obviously couldn't have been your charming personality. Now, if you want me to see if I can upgrade your functionality, just let me get to work on you.
Answer. In that case, please go ahead. Just be careful not to damage any of my delicate parts.
Delicate
Analysis.
parts.
My self-diagnostic
I don't
indicates that my performance
think
has
that
indeed been
HK
improved.
has any
Also,
delicate
many of my
parts.
systems are reporting improved efficiency. Commentary. I am most pleased with this turn of events. It would appear that my initial analysis of your mechanical abilities was incorrect.
You're welcome.
My life for yours. I am prepared for whatever you wish to teach me.
I heard you making friends with the bounty hunter. I don't blame you. She's a scrapper. You don't survive on Nar Shadda for very long if you aren't. I've known people like her. Maybe without the rocket
said,
launchers, but sort of the same.
I agree there
Maybe
isn't a
without the
single
plunging
part of
neckline
that
and the
robot
boots.
that is delicate.
I wouldn't let
LOL.
anything she says bother you. It's a wonder you cracked her attitude at all. She's cold as the ship's hull. Alright, what did you want to know? Well, there's a surprise. Trust me, she's a handful. All warriors are. They're not used to dealing with things they can't punch, kick, or break. Look, I know how it is. Me? There's no denying that I'm a good-looking guy. You have it worse. Because even though you might not be as good-looking as me, you have that whole tortured past, that command presence. Women want to save you. They think they can help you. They think that everyone can be redeemed, and that they're the only ones who can do it. And you don't know if it's you or the idea of you that they love. We're just talking. Like I said, I never understood women. It's possible
We're just
they don't love you
talking.
at all. That they just want to help you. Help you hear yourself if you've gone deaf to your own voice. We all lose our way sometimes, and we need someone to pull us back. Don't remember. Truth is, I still don't listen to my conscience, even when it's shouting. I think there's times I'd rather be completely deaf than hear it. But all this talk doesn't matter. I'm not qualified to give advice. Besides, when I open my mouth, I'm usually lying anyway.
Alrighty.
Yeah, something wrong? Talk. About what? Why, you trying to be my father? No thanks.
I'm just looking to
Already
see if
had
there's
one.
any new dialogue. Calm down.
Are you sure you're a Jedi? Look, you're really... Besides, you already... Look, you're sweet. Run away.
Alright, we're gonna go back to Nar Shadda. Is she still got her claws out?
There is nothing for us to discuss.
Yeah, she's still got her claws out. I'm gonna see if I can, I'm gonna see if my influence has gotten far enough with
004
Reba there.
Said. Well, that was a first. I don't think I ever heard someone say every time I open my mouth I'm usually lying. Most liars won't admit that, lol.
Yeah, Atton's a unique character. I really love the cutscenes in this game. They were so well done.
Yeah, something wrong? Go ahead,
David
Matt.
Marshall said. But if every time they lie, then the fact they say they're lying, it's a lie, damn you Eden.
I'm just gonna take her out.
Said. Indeed, David, lol.
We're going to the catwalk and see if I can talk her into being a Jedi.
Yeah, something wrong? Talk. About what? Shoot. Feels better to be back here, not cooped up on that ship. Well, Nar Shadda may be one of the biggest cesspits in the galaxy, but it's got a life to it. Yeah, well, I wouldn't go that far. I'll believe it when I see it. No thanks. You can keep your Jedi training to
Not
yourself.
yet,
I
huh?
already know Nar Shadda. Alright. Feels better. Well... Yeah? Didn't think I'd hear a Jedi ever refer to Nar Shadda like that. Yeah, right. Save the philosophy for some Padawan. Alright, prove it. You can show me now if you want. Alright, but I doubt you're gonna show me anything I don't already know. And when you show me, don't act like a tourist. It attracts predators.
00 Core said. I can see why you enjoy the cuts scenes. That is because if you look closely they did them the way they were done in the movies.
Just have to find the spot. It's right around the edge here. Get out of the way.
00 Core.
What's wrong? Why are you stopping?
Like when you came to land on this planet, the cutscene looked like it was straight from one of the movies.
Exactly, Zero.
I've been by here hundreds of times. There's nothing special about it.
She didn't just close her eyes. She's like in a drug trance there.
Feel the currents here on Nar Shadda, the ebb of life. A simple kindness can be given to another. This is the Force, and all our choices, from the greatest to the smallest, affect each other, and the echoes travel.
I can feel this planet. I can't shut it out. It's louder now, it hurts. All these people. That's what I want. I'm sure of it more than anything. I want to become like you. I want to be strong. I don't want to be afraid or alone anymore. I don't want to keep running and looking and never feel like I'm finding what I'm looking for. I am tired of being hunted. When the galaxy takes something from me, I want the power to let go. And I want the power to heal the echo when it's gone. That sounds all right from where I'm standing.
That's a good compromise. Okay. Let's see what you got. You don't have any lightsabers. That's really all I'm here for. What do you get? Do you have any? You don't have any stuff to make lightsabers out of either. You don't have any suits for Jedi, so thank you.
David Marshall said, Handmaiden is never going to forgive you if you keep showing all these ladies your lightsaber.
Hey, David. She wasn't going to forgive me anyway.
00 Core said, by the way, is there any truth to the rumor that George Lucas is considering buying the studio back from Disney?
That's,
you know?
That is the current rumor. And if I had any input, I would tell him, yes, please. All right. Her current... See, this is not just clothing. At least I think it's not just clothing. So we're going to find out by giving her a force power that's restricted by armor during her
00 Core said, Same, that's why I asked, cause Disney is destroying his legacy immo.
The only reason I was glad Disney has LucasArts right now is because of the Mandolorian and some of the films would not have been made. Rogue One, even Solo. When I look back at Solo, I was very upset with it when it came out, but looking back at it now, it did have a decent story, even if it wasn't published well. And the Kenobi series, without being overly satisfied by it, there were a lot of good points in it. So there was good stuff and bad stuff out of that combination. But they really do need to go. But now that she is a Jedi, I'm purposely going to give her something that is restricted by armor by, say, Force Valor. Her outfit doesn't restrict force powers, so she's good to go.
Zero Core said. But then I'm that guy who would be equally upset if the creator of Star Trek's family sold of Star Trek.
Yeah, I think if Roddenberry's family sold off Star Trek, I'd be upset. Alright, so the score is everybody but the Handmaiden is now a Jedi. We gotta go somewhere and get lightsabers for all the Jedi who are not equipped. I'd better throw a save down because this is...
Zero Core said. For me, both George Lucas and Gene Roddenberry were visionaries who created two of the most beloved sci-fi series.
We are a ship full of Jedi, robots, and one bitch. Okay, if I go to Onderon... There's not going to be a lot of lightsabers around. Korriban, there's possibly some lightsabers. Dantooine, we've got the Jedi ruins. I'm tempted to go to Dantooine
00
now.
Core said, like I grew up watching both but never even heard of say Battlestar Galactica until I was much older.
Oh, Battlestar Galactica is... It was great for somebody who had seen Star Wars and was craving that kind of content on television. Galactica was a great filler. And then we had Buck Rogers. And that was pretty good until the producers got involved.
Don Goff said, Battlestar Galactica was the only remake ever worth the film it was printed on.
I agree with that too. The remake of Battlestar Galactica definitely... I had reservations about it when I heard about it, and then I watched it and I was like, nope, they definitely... They knocked it out of the park. When I saw that Starbuck was going to be a woman, I was like, really? And no, I was not disappointed.
00 Core said, hello Dawn.
I think I'm going to go to Dantooine because I think Dantooine
Don Goff said,
is the place I'm going to have the most chance to pick up lightsabers for the rest of the crew. And everybody needs a lightsaber. Except the handmaiden. She didn't even need clothes.
Another visitor? You must be here to join in the plunder of the old Jedi enclave. You have to see Administrator Adari first. Salvagers are stripping it of anything valuable. Mostly they're collecting trash the Jedi left behind. The enclave was bombed during the war, so there's not much left. But since you're a salvager, I expect you already know all that. Is that how you justify it, then? You'll need to see Administrator Adari in Kunda before you do your grave robbing. Kunda is the big building just outside the landing port. It used to be the estate of a man named Matali, but he and his family disappeared around the time of the bombardment. The Administrator rebuilt it, and now this is our center of government. She was the agricultural administrator of Dantooine. After the Sith attack, she kept us together. Without her, the only thing you'd see around here are mercenaries. Have you ever sliced a Jedi security door? The old ruins are secure from salvagers unless they get permission from Adare. Just head into the building and you'll find your way to the administrator. I'll be over by the entrance if you need anything else.
The honor is mine.
Well, how about we get that lightsaber out of your hand before somebody sees it, all right? Explosive rockets! Oh, Gilfa! Oh, Poofta! Yes, Gilfa. Maybe it's because you keep saying Gilfa and Poofta. No, but I would be interested in seeing your... Yeah, you won't... No. Not interested in buying your cards. I don't want to play your cards.
Don Goff said, bit of a limited vocabulary.
Yeah, it...
Greetings, and good day, traveler. On behalf of the Kunda settlement, I am programmed to welcome you to Dantooine. Is there something I can do to serve you? The main area of interest for visitors is the Kunda outpost.
I think there were limitations to the size of the sound files, so they didn't want to develop the language too much.
Zeron strongly urges salvagers to avoid the highly dangerous sublevel of the enclave ruins. Due to reduced militia manpower, several dangerous beasts overpopulate the more rural areas of Dantooine. For more information, speak with Zeron in the Kunda outpost. May I be of any further service to you? My apologies. I have no recollection of the Sith invasion topic. Error. Memory overflow. Resetting. May I be of any further service to you? Processing. Exterior damage analysis. Level 7 impairment. Multiple casing breaches detected. Bipedal servos misaligned by 32 degrees.
Don Goff
Memory storage overflow.
said,
Memory unit
I
is
don't blame
approximately
them.
56
I clicked
months
through most of
overdue
it the
for
first
maintenance.
playthrough, and the next.
Greetings, Jedi. Welcome back to Dantooine.
Hey, did that droid just call you a Jedi?
May I be of further service to you, Jedi?
No mistake about it. That droid is calling you a Jedi. Well, I suppose not. Your eyes aren't glowing, and you don't have horns sticking out of your forehead. Crazy droid. Sorry for being jumpy. It's just that we hate the Jedi here.
00 Core.
The Jedi
said,
are the cause of everything
it's quite
bad
likely
that's
that
happened here
Gilfa
in
and
the last
Gomilfa
5
and
years.
Kufta are just the most common words like they or and in English.
Gilfa von Pufta.
Oh, don't get me started. I got too much work to do to stand around and rant about the damn Jedi. If you want to hear more, just talk to anyone in Kunda Outpost.
Knowing that my persuade skill is high enough to get out of it, I always try to fix the droid.
Hey, get away from that door. The last time somebody messed with it, it was locked down for months before we could fix it.
David Marshall said, wouldn't want to attend a 3-hour sex ed lecture then. Don Goff said, to be fair, Hawaiian is also very limited, but they have no trouble communicating.
Yeah, well, last time I saw anything from Hawaii, there was a whole lot of dancing involved.
Manama treto sobre barakto drun. Krishe mentru gre babano flank tur na saganich. Gravawe no ku se tabate bate. Trawinsto so potuto neliep green patata. Trawinsto busuto neliep gran patata. Tele ronda nana nintolo gradatira. Tere wana jun konata della raguno tuna. Dai rento ron kawre kare papanala ranshinga. Terache wemeno totorere senisensen.
Let's start with weapons. You have none. Let's go to... Alright, I can always use repair kits and construction kits. Computer spike, yeah. I don't have any droids with me, so I don't see the need to grab any of that. The Kuba's Scoundrel Gloves. Kuba's Scoundrel Gloves are restricted to scoundrels, but give you computer use and security upgrades. Which means Atten could use them, but he might not be able to now. Because he was a scoundrel, but now he's a sentinel, I think he is. I love how nobody cares that I'm walking around with a
Do you actually believe a Jedi
crossbow.
would return here? After all they've done to us? They wouldn't dare.
They certainly would. You remember how they were. Always so superior, so arrogant, and never lending a hand when we really needed them.
I still don't believe it.
You should. My cousin's friend, he used to tend the gardens around the enclave. He swears he saw a Jedi in Kunda. Could be hiding anywhere.
Well, I hope it's true. I hear there's a bounty on them, and we could certainly use the money.
Unless somebody beats you to it.
I wonder if they could find a Jedi. If they'd even know what one looks like.
Welcome to Kunda. You're a salvager, right? You'll need to see Administrator Adare to get access to the ruins. If you need directions to anything else, just ask. Her office is directly behind this room. You really can't miss it. She can see you now if you like. You're not. The only heavily armed people that visit us are either salvagers or mercenaries. And you don't look quite gritty enough to be a mercenary. The things that would most interest you are our weapon merchant Anzeron, the leader of our militia. Akere is still around here somewhere too. He sells droid components. Just go to the central corridor and make a right. His shop is the first on the right. If you get into any trouble, he's the person you'd contact. Unfortunately, recent problems with the salvagers and mercenaries have kept him quite busy. The mercenaries cause disruptions for some of our outlying settlers. They are a constant source of friction for us. I hear the salvagers are having some internal problems too. No, I couldn't. If you're really interested in that, just speak to Zeron. Certainly. What do you want to know?
Are you waiting for the administrator too? You won't have to wait too long. But if you want results, now that you may never get here. Kunda's like a droid without his power cell. Useless. We have problems all over, and the most you can get out of the administrator is a pat in the back. I'm sick of all their excuses and empty words. I need justice now. I fought in the war, and I know how to use my blaster rifle.
Don
If the
Goff
administrator or Zeron
said,
doesn't do something,
Have a
then
great
I
night,
will.
everyone. Time to scoot.
Is it that time already, Don? All right. Have a good night.
Salvagers are the problem. They strip bare the ruins that belong to the people of Dantooine. Then they sell what they find back to us at inflated prices. I'm not a violent man. I've had my share of it in the war. I sincerely hoped I could just hang my blaster rifle on the wall as a souvenir for my grandchildren. But I can't farm without my equipment. Well, yes and no. I brought my moisture vaporator to Kunda to be serviced. On the way back to my farm, I took a shortcut next to the enclave ruins. Damn Lagrix came out of nowhere. I had to run before they made a meal of me. When I returned to retrieve my equipment, the salvagers had already stripped it bare. A lot of farming equipment. It's not even valuable, just important for the moisture vaporators and hydroprocessors. The thief must be desperate for credits. I suppose you could. Actually, you almost look like a salvager. If you could go to this salvager camp and convince the salvager Joran to return my modulator, I would be very grateful. I'm not rich, but I have some souvenirs from the war I could give you. It's right next to the ruins of the Jedi enclave. Just follow the smell. You can't miss them. That's great. I'm certainly not getting any help around here. If you need to know anything more, just ask me.
What brings you to Kunda? Do you have any troubles to report? I'm here to help. I just hope you aren't here about Garevik. Oh, sorry. If you're brand new to these parts, you may not have any issues with Garevik, unlike most everyone else. You're fortunate not to know him. He's a salvager. His purpose in life seems to be causing us headaches. I can tell he's back in Kunda just by the pounding in my head. If you're not here about Garevik, do you have some other problem? I don't even want to get into it. Ask around if you want to know the details. It'll just make my headache worse if I talk about it. I don't know what we'd do without Administrator Adare. She managed to plow through a lot of the family bickering once the Sith left during the war. She's kept us
She
together.
sounds like somebody who's got
and,
leadership qualities.
Zeron too, I suppose. This is sensitive. It's not really a secret, though. A lot of people are upset with Zeron. He's a hard man and doesn't answer to anybody. Except, I suppose, the administrator. The thing is, he expects everyone to follow all the laws. That's not normally a bad thing, but the mercenaries are used to having a bit more freedom. So it's like Zeron keeps prodding a rancor with a stun stick. To a rancor, it's just a minor nuisance. But if you keep at it, he's gonna fight back. The mercenaries aren't unreasonable. They're mostly just war veterans looking for work. But Zeron just keeps poking them. So he has to get involved to make sure that the militia does what he wants. Otherwise, we'd probably give the mercenaries some room. Dantooine has had mercenaries on it for years. I've talked with some, and they're not unreasonable. There's gotta be some sort of compromise we can both live with. Using my own analogy against me? The mercenaries aren't rancors. They're people, like you and me. But if you keep provoking them, it's just dangerous. I think we should be working on getting along. It's hard to follow orders that have you make things worse. That's a good way of looking at it. I may not agree with the captain, but I guess I should make everyone fall in line. I still worry that he may provoke the mercenaries into something more dangerous. But I suppose he may know something I don't. Thanks. Well, call me a defective protocol droid. Manners, right. I'm Barun Modril. I'm Captain Zeron's right-hand man. I help run the militia here. Well,
you're the most ineffective militia runner I've ever met.
Running the militia. If you have any real trouble, you'd have to go to him anyway. This is sensitive. The thing is, maybe. I also think if someone could just ask a few questions, turn up some answers, maybe see if Zeron isn't being completely honest with the rest of us, well then maybe he should be replaced. Just look around. See if Zeron's up to something on the side. Something that'll hurt the fragile peace we got with the mercenaries. So if you happen to find something out like that, you should see Administrator Adare. If you have to do some footwork to check into things, you'll be compensated. We should probably talk... All right, stay out of trouble now.
Don't call me a fellow sentient because you're at best semi-sentient, all right? I see some lightsabers on a shelf in the back. That's what I'm after. Well, let me see him. That was an awful lot of words for here's the list. I don't see a lightsaber in your inventory here. All right. Crystal. That's mine. Energy cell, mine. Armor. Okay, awareness +2, stealth +2, dexterity +1, attack modifier +1. I like how they say not usable by Wookiees. If anybody's familiar with this game, I don't know if you're playing this game or if you've played it in the past. There is no Wookiee that you can bring into your team. Not one. She's currently wearing awareness +1. Give her the mask. Where's Zevron? Not in that room. There he is. Do I want to talk to him before Adare? Probably.
I'm the militia captain here. Are you here because you're in trouble or looking for it? I see. Well, what's your reason for coming to militia headquarters? Rare thing a visitor wanting to help out. Looks to me like you're here to explore the Jedi ruins. But we have a thing or two that need doing. You seriously want to help, just ask about it. Or any other questions you might have. You want something? Some of the salvagers went deep into the ruins and found a lot of Jedi relics. It's the most valuable haul the salvagers ever got. But all the salvagers that went down there are dead. So it seems every day or so some salvager comes claiming they're owed by such and such, or that they're related. The whole thing makes me sick. Garevik says he won the whole claim in a Pazak game with the last survivor, right before he killed him. But that was a fair fight. There were witnesses. But nobody remembers Garevik ever playing Pazak. I just hope someone takes this blasted claim off my hands. I'm tired of those lowlives pestering me. We've got real work to do. You want something? I've seen a lot of visitors come through Kunda. You're the first one in a while that looks the capable sort. We have a small problem with Kinrath. Maybe you've already seen some of them. They're coming from a cave in the Kunda Plains. I'd take care of it myself, but there aren't many people in the militia. We'd lose too many men. There's a reward if you do it. Kinrath are normally just pests. We think something happened to their nest. Started near the end of the Civil War. Nobody knows for sure. Even the Ithorian. And they're smart about such things. We used some explosives to seal a cave a couple years back. Just made them angrier. They burrowed another entrance even closer to us. I know there are crystals in there too. Some of the salvagers once thought about going in there to get some extra credits. Too many Kinrath, though. Cave is on the southeast side of the plains. Shouldn't be hard to find. Very. The Kinrath you see on the plains aren't as tough as the ones inside the caves. They may not look much different, but they are tough. That's all I can ask. You want something? He did he? What's this about? I know we don't agree on this, but he's crossing a line. He lives in his sheltered, settler world. He doesn't know what some people are capable of. So he's asked you to go looking into what I'm up to. If I didn't need every last man here... Appreciate. All right, I can use your help. But you can't tell anyone. There's a mercenary captain near what's left of the Jedi Enclave's courtyard. His name is Dopak. Just tell him that I said, go ahead. That's all. You have questions, but it's like this conversation never happened, got it? Just do it. It'll help out Kunda. We can talk more later.
These should be locked.
A visitor. Please, come in. Welcome to Kunda. I am Administrator Turina Adare. You're the owner of the, ship that just landed? Depending on your business here, the pleasure may be mutual.
You look
didn't answer my
very
question.
sick.
Is that ship yours? And unless I'm much mistaken, that's the Ebon Hawk. That vessel has been on Dantooine before, during the war. That was a Jedi vessel. That is an unfortunate truth. And a wise request, which of course I will honor. Most settlers here hold bitter memories of the Sith occupation. Right or wrong, our settlers blame the Jedi and their hidden enclave for their suffering. I remember the
You're
old
wrong,
Jedi Masters and the
said.
considerable help they lent.
She's
to
got the
Dantooine.
space code.
I still maintain discreet connections with Jedi. I suppose your arrival here is no coincidence. My friend, let's just call him Vrook. We've known each other for many years, and our continued friendship could create many problems in the current political climate. He came to Dantooine not too long ago. He was looking into something quite important. He's gone missing recently. Did he send for you in case something went wrong?
You're wrong, said.
Vrook and I had a
remember
mutually
these
beneficial
graphics changing
arrangement
my
for
life
several
back in the day, though.
He went to the Jedi
me
Enclave
too.
sublevel recently and hasn't returned. I know the sublevel is dangerous. I'm starting to fear the worst. Would you be willing to go to the ruins of the Enclave to look for him? We are fortunate that you've come. Don't expect it to be easy, though. Things rarely are with Jedi. I will have one of the militia transmit permissions to the Enclave's security door. Go expecting danger, for you will most certainly find it there. Is there anything else I can assist you with? There are plenty of opportunities to assist people on Dantooine. Too many, I'm afraid. I would go to the militia headquarters and make your intentions known there. Besides that,
I've already
just
done that.
listen and ask around. To most people in the galaxy, the distinction between Sith and Jedi is a blurry one, especially since most Sith were once Jedi. It is complicated by the fact that Malak and Revan were great heroes of the Republic and famed Jedi Knights. But a few years later, they were leading an armada which threatened everyone. And here on Dantooine, the Jedi Enclave provoked a brutal occupation by the Sith. It could have been far worse, but even now the damage has not been fully mended. I don't think everyone hates Jedi. If just a few people changed their minds or spoke up, it could make a great deal of difference. I think that we need the help of the Jedi. If the Jedi's reputation isn't redeemed, the consequences could be quite
Core
regrettable. Until
said.
then, I would
I
keep
still
your
remember a
uh,
identity
time
secret.
when the PlayStation and N64 were the most mind-blowing of graphics. LOL.
Me too.
Hello there. You haven't had any new troubles, I hope. I'll tell you anything that's public knowledge. Most militia news passes by me and Zeron. I might be able to help. I've heard that rumor too. People get really riled up about Jedi around here. Some people seem to have a selective memory. During the war, the Jedi were a big help here. They did everything for us, from clearing out dangerous beasts to solving a murder investigation. I try to stay out of it, though. Standing up for Jedi is one way to become unpopular around here. Easy to say for someone that doesn't live here. I'd rather grab an unshielded power coupling than get involved in that debate. The militia's dealing with enough already. You're not wrong there. For what good it'll do if it comes up, I'll say what I think is right. You happy?
00 Core.
You may be my only friend in a few days.
Insane
Talking
how
about
far we
Jedi
have
is
come
just
graphically to
depressing
the
these
point
days.
where some
Any
games
other
can
cheerful
look
problems
completely
you wanna
real at
talk about?
times.
That's true, Zero.
All right, stay out of trouble now.
Your luck is not of the hapless settler. You are the newcomer that lands in a battered ship. Yes. No friendly greetings are here for you. I come here to speak to the militia and make them understand a truth. Something of mine they have in their possession. It's
00 Core.
unwise
said.
to stand in
And with ray tracing and
I am
path tracing,
done
that is
being
only going to make
inconvenienced
it get
by
more real looking over time.
The salvagers keep coming here and bothering the militia. That Garevik is the worst of them.
You're wrong.
Welcome back to Kunda.
Said.
How can I help you?
Well, today's games have a lot of sloppy code. Like water engines. Seriously, stop wasting my resources on fucking water physics.
Water physics help make games look real, though.
What do you want now? She was the agricultural administrator of Dantooine. We'd had problems with Mandolorian mercenaries even before the Jedi Civil War. The Jedi helped clear most of the problem up, but after the war, many soldiers from both sides of the conflict became mercenaries. And since we're so far from the core, some started gathering here.
00 Core. Said.
The farmers
Hello,
give them goods,
you're wrong,
money,
and I agree
food,
they have
or
gotten
whatever, just
lazy
to stay on
about
their
their
good
coding
side.
in games.
The only one that isn't scared of them is the administrator. There have also been a lot of disappearances recently, and not all of them can be blamed on Cath hounds. But nobody can prove the mercenaries are responsible. A farmer here and there, or a family. We lost enough people during the war that keeping the Cath hound and Kinrath populations under control hasn't been possible. So there are a lot of animal attacks. Some deaths, too. So the disappearances might be just coincidence, but a lot of the stubborn folks seem to be more
00 Core. Said. Way more bugs on launch nowadays than ever in our past, and only getting worse over time. Sadly, I blame co-break greed.
Into the ruins of the Jedi
You're
enclave.
wrong.
Doubt we'll be seeing him again.
It's nice to have realistic graphics, but you can't shine a turd, and the games themselves all suck.
That's one of the problems, is it's... You get the graphics... You get people working too hard on realistic graphics and not hard enough on the game.
What do you want? I don't have time for cursed salvagers. Can't you tell? I'm a mechanic. In fact, I'm the only mechanic here in Kunda.
David
I'm
Marshall
responsible for maintaining
said,
everything mechanical or
yeah,
electrical. at the
shine
Kunda
over
outpost.
substance.
Yeah, sometimes it seems nothing works around here, but I don't have time to complain. Too much work to do. You're right. Well, between the droids, the security doors, and the gun turrets, I have my hands full. Well, it's just one door, actually, but I could scratch my head bald before I figured out how to fix it proper.
Well, you're already
Problem
halfway
is,
bald, so...
the side security door to Kunda was damaged in the war. Every time I try to fix it, the door either sticks open or it locks down completely. And then I have to spend a week taking it apart to get it to open or close again. The gun turrets outside the Kunda outpost are supposed to defend against potential assaults, wild critters and the like. But they only work half the time. And sometimes they get confused as to what's friend and foe. Why, just the other day, right after I repaired one of the guns, it turned on a sorry group of militiamen returning from a patrol. No casualties, but it put several of them in the med lab. And I can't seem to fix the blasted medical droid either. All of the droids in Kunda are relics from the last war.
You're wrong.
Most of them are damaged
Said.
and rusted.
Hey,
Best
bald
I could
shaming
do
is
get
not
that
cool, man.
ratchety old protocol
You're wrong.
over there operational.
Said.
So
Hey, I'm headed there,
Did you
too.
choose to
most
start
of the other
going bald at
droids are
30x.x?
laying broken around Kunda outposts. Is this going to take long? I'm busy, you know. Not sure what they're doing here other than causing trouble. There's not really much work here for mercenaries. Maybe they're here to collect the bounty on that Jedi. I don't know for sure, but that's what they say. Oh, you know, the folks around Kunda. Go there yourself and get the details firsthand. You'll find the Kunda outpost just outside the landing port.
You're wrong. Said. I suffer from Homer
Is this gonna
Simpson's
take long?
condition.
I'm busy, you know.
Every time I had another kid, I went more bald.
Salvagers are a crazed lot of treasure hunters, looking to loot something of value from the ruins of the Jedi enclave. Most of them end up broke, or dead. If you ask me, anything of value that was in the enclave has already been plundered. Nothing but rumor. They say the spirits of the angry dead haunt the ruins. On a quiet night, you can hear the ghosts howling and scraping around.
Okay, I can't convince him to say anything nice about the Jedi. I can't convince the woman in front to say anything nice about the Jedi. See if I can convince this guy to say anything nice about the Jedi.
Sorry, this door is blocked off.
Charanana gundo. Charanana gundoso remina che l'orak de guru katada. Federatora pada no ringatel camarada telefibu nubu de bikarana chenirara. Der inturunto wakare kwe wapa teratana chingaradana. Ferra pada no de ringtada nel camera telefibu nubu dat. Dosene karamala blur incidera mel rebe chinchin kranaktada. Der inturunto wakare kwe wap gerebu. Ninso telepachan corsada nane gra dell'onuta cholorien. Terewana jun konata della raguno tunna. Dai rinturun kawre kare papanala ranchinga. Terace wemenoto torere senisensen. Der inturunto wakare kwe wap gerebu. Ninso telepachan
If they
corsada
did, they deserve to be reported.
dell'onuta cholorien.
Glory to the
Terewana
Empire.
jun konata della raguno tunna. Dai
You're
rinturun kawre
wrong.
kare papanala ranchinga.
Said.
Terace wemenoto
Oh wait,
torere
this is
senisensen.
pre-Empire.
Way pre-Empire.
Der inturunto wakare kwe wap gerebu. Ninso telepachan corsada nane gra dell'onuta cholorien. Der inturunto wakare kwe wapa teratana chingaradana. Ferra pada no de ringtada nel camera cella fibor nubodat. Dosene karamala blur incidera mel rebe chinchin kranaktada. Der inturunto wakare kwe wap gerebu. Ninso telepachan corsada nane gra dell'onuta cholorien. Der inturunto wakare kwe wapa teratana chingaradana. Ferra pada no de ringtada nel. Der inturunto wakare kwe wap gerebu.
All right. Before we go on, I'm going to save the game. And I'm going to stretch my legs. I encourage everybody, grab a drink, refresh your drink, or grab a snack, refresh your drink. I'll be back in less
David
than
Marshall
5 minutes.
Said. Still got that stormtrooper aim, though.
Yeah.
You're wrong. said, "Hey RP, I'm starting a war. This Star Trek game looks amazing. Is that Worf?"
And I'm back. Let me get the monitoring stream up to current time. It's a few seconds behind, not too bad. And I already know now there's a few people wounded inside.
My life is yours. What do you got? I shall make this one see.
It is nice being a Jedi Master.
That's another one for me.
Oh, look at her using her force powers all on her own.
You are no.
Now that we've cleared the field, we can go rescue this guy from himself. Oh wait, there's still one over here.
What? You shouldn't sneak up on an old fella like that. You shouldn't be out here anyway. This is Kinrath territory.
This used to be an old black guy.
A couple weeks back, there was an accident here. One of the Western Fringe farmers was coming to Kunda on his swoop with a load of atmospheric sensors. We found him dead and his swoop bike all banged up. I've come back a couple of times to try to figure out if that's what really happened. I do. The Kinrath are dangerous. But as long as you stay on your swoop bike, there's no way they should catch you. I've carefully searched this area and haven't found anything. So maybe our man just got sloppy. We really need those atmospheric sensors. I don't suppose you'd be willing to keep an eye out for something, hmm? It's technical. I doubt you'd understand it. But I'd really appreciate your help. I doubt you'll be able to find any evidence of what happened here. But you might come across the atmospheric sensors. They have to be somewhere. If you find any of them, just come back here. I'll pay you 1,000 credits for each one you can find, even if they're broken. No idea whatsoever. I figure it's a real long shot you'd ever spot one. But I also figure it wouldn't hurt to ask.
Gee, look what I just did. Because I know something about this mission. As soon as I heard the words atmospheric sensors, I knew what the mission was. Hey, look, it's a cave.
You're wrong.
I don't know about that.
Said. Atmosphere is a lie, it's how they keep us in this zoo, man.
They are vitally important pieces of equipment on tectonically or environmentally unstable regions. But do you really need atmospheric sensors on Dantooine? I'll have this open in no time. Child's play.
Yutapak mito, hai best nikta dochi mapao krawenosha. What a lord chiba fuso bachila nuba chubanok. Yatuka uwanrika chotin wani maurata wakata chi luma lispa.
Here I am apologizing to somebody.
Puta yanolia. Jukta gene chuba wonki na jung winoton ma no miurita. Kavanatakalu. Kavanami donki krato. Kavanatakalu. Kavanami donki krato. Bram tabanin sochu. Da come giusmak miki baranye doso so rika chondin. Wana magrable mogo. Yatuka uwanrika chotin wani maurata wakata chi luma lispa. Bram tabanin sochu. Da come giusmak miki baranye doso so rika chondin. Wana magrable mogo.
I want to hold your gland. I want to hold your gland.
Puta yanolia. Jukta gene chuba wonki na jung winoton ma no miurita. Bawan maderansha, yukamos krun. Nande misoku kuran marenden krabanosot. Yatuka uwanrika chotin wani maurata wakata chi luma lispa. Bram tabanin sochu. Da come giusmak miki baranye doso so rika chondin. Wana magrable mogo. Yatuka uwanrika chotin wani maurata wakata chi luma lispa. Bram tabanin sochu. Da come giusmak miki baranye doso so rika chondin. Wana magrable mogo. Yatuka uwanrika chotin wani maurata wakata chi luma lispa. Kavadumpa, mo wendido chokerembi norta kunyun wish chawaka chuba. Sura dachi morotuko kansa. Yatuka uwanrika chotin wani maurata wakata chi luma lispa. Bram tabanin sochu. Da come giusmak miki baranye doso so rika chondin. Wana magrable mogo.
Why can't I cut one of the glands out? I mean, I do have this rather nifty laser sword.
I shall make this one see.
Let me handle this.
A weakness is revealed.
How do you like that?
Sharik. Looks like a laser rifle. Two to 12. It's only 1 to 10. But it's a +4 attack modifier. Has a higher critical range. And causes knockdown on a DC 14. That's a +4 attack modifier. I think that beats the it does less damage, but I think it's a better weapon. Personally.
How do you like that?
To battle. A weakness is revealed.
You asked for it. How do you like that?
Look at my party throwing force powers around. That's what I pay them for. We want to go deeper into the cave, though.
You are no match for us.
Get this over with. How do you like that?
A weakness is revealed.
Go poisoning my girl.
Your thoughts are disturbed. I can feel them from a great distance, like a shiver running through you.
Echoes. I feel echoes of the Force here.
Force-sensitive locations such as this absorb and reflect Force energy. The crystals are the catalyst here. I sense that Revan once passed through here, leaving a strong impression behind in the crystals. Perhaps future Jedi who visit this cave will feel our presence, as if seeing our footprints preserved in the soil. The crystals here do not drain Force energy from Jedi. They collect the excess energy that radiates from those attuned to the Force. That can hardly be avoided. Even mundane actions of the basest creatures can create detectable ripples in the Force. A Minok beating its wings on the plains could cause a sandstorm in the desert. And figuratively speaking,
all right,
Jedi
butterfly
have
effect.
Much bigger wings. The crystals here are infused with the Force. Some could be harvested and used for lightsabers.
I shall make the...
Let's get this over with.
A weakness is revealed. A weakness is revealed.
How do you like that?
At least one of these Ligrex left remains. An Erlam crystal. That crystal formation's empty. Oh. That one's empty. That's not a formation. And that's the me crystal.
This is very rare indeed. The crystal's bond with you is such that the stronger you become in the Force, the more powerful your crystal will grow. This crystal will make an excellent focus for a lightsaber.
If I use it as a focus in my lightsaber...
Quite the contrary. Picture yourself as a Sith.
It makes my
and
lightsaber
the Force
stronger.
as water pouring into you. This crystal draws
And
from
then,
the excess water
as I
that
gain
escapes
levels,
the Sith.
I take the crystal and refocus it.
The crystal is in tune with you. It will use whatever water that pours through you, be it dark
And then
or
put
light.
it back in the lightsaber. It makes the lightsaber stronger. But if you notice, she did not tell me that. She left that for me to discover, all on my own. It was one of the criticisms of this game that I agreed with.
You are no match for us.
Yatuka uwanrika chotin wani maurata wakata chiluma lispa.
It doesn't give me the chance to talk to him any further, so I'm done for now. I need a workbench to upgrade my lightsaber. But I need to go tell this clown that I know his secret. I'm not going to tell the other guy that I know.
I don't suppose you found any of those atmospheric sensors. That's great news. My offer still stands. I'll pay you 3,000 credits for all of them. I was afraid of that. So, how do we do this, then? We were picking up off-world transmissions between the mercenaries and someone we don't know who. We know that the mercs are up to something, we just don't know what. We set those atmospheric sensors up to gather information. Now you know why we need those sensors. I'll pay you 5,000 credits for all 3 of them. That's about all we can afford. You make money and help us out at the same time. What do you say? Yeah, that's admirable of you. Thank you. I'll get this back to Zeron when I get back to Kunda.
I don't need the money, and he was honest.
The Jedi teach such things, but I do not believe compassion can heal the galaxy.
She doesn't believe it, but I gained influence with her. So whether she believes it or not is irrelevant, right? Now the question is, does this lead where I'm going? Nope, that's blocked off. By the way, this is exactly the same map as they used in Knights of the Old Republic 1 for Dantooine. They've just repopulated it for KOTOR 2.
How do you like that? Let me handle this.
weakness is revealed.
Zero Core said. She might not believe it consciously, but subconsciously is another story.
Alright, you can jaw at me silently all you want.
You wandered into the wrong camp. You got the look of a warrior, and we got all the blasters we need. If you're looking for work too, just take a trip spaceward. We don't need any more competition. Got it? What does the militia have to say to us? Any of our men get into trouble? I think that Zeron is 3 cards short of a Pazak deck. You can tell him you've delivered your message. Thanks. Now get out of here.
Those are Mandalorians. I decided not to download the mod that puts Mandalorian armor from the movies onto the Mandalorians. Because last time I used it, it actually was a source of a headache.
A weakness is revealed.
Take him down.
I had numerous crashes. And although it's cool watching a bunch of Mandalorians running around in various colors of Mandalorian armor, dealing with the inevitable crashes wasn't cool.
How may I serve?
You a new salvager? Or one of those Kunda cantina rats coming here to complain? Well, we don't need another one. Look around this camp. We got the salvaging more than covered. I'm gonna give you some advice. Turn back. There's nothing you're gonna find. Because anything valuable in the ruins was carted away months ago. The only salvagers left are either desperate, ornery, or not right in the head. And while you look dirty enough to be here, I don't think you're any of those things. So go back to Kunda. The only thing left is the sub-level, and that's crawling with Lagrex. And those things are smarter than half the salvagers here, though that don't take much. And don't be asking any pesky questions. You're new, and no one is gonna help you out. Because there isn't enough salvage to share with the people already here. And a hungry newcomer is about as welcome as a diuretic hut. I've been here the longest, and I'll be here last. I buy Jedi salvage from the ruins. Slow business now, but I get by. Sometimes I sell them to visitors like yourself. Besides, that's none of your flaming business. You should have let me know you're a customer instead of letting me think you're some disease-ridden salvager. Let me show you what I've got.
She doesn't have any lightsabers either. Massive critical is always nice. Violet crystal. Give one of the girls a nice violet blade. Also adds to stealth. Baudur, during his initiation, already showed a blue blade. They've got the Chuck Norris robe. I've already got one.
Oh, a visitor comes to our delightful salvager camp. We are honored. Do you come bringing your credits and curiosity? Am I that transparent to you? Well, apparently this is so. I am Ralon, known throughout this camp for the many artifacts of value that I have uncovered. An expert, this is certain. A question I pose to you, traveler. Do you wish to buy one of the most elusive of all Jedi artifacts? A powerful Jedi holocron. You flatter me, traveler. It was a good day when I found this holocron. But you are lucky, for I will sell it to you for a low price. I ask a mere 1,000 credits for this rare find. This is not a matter of negotiation. You should buy it quickly before others come. I assure you it isn't. I will show it to you presently. As you can see, it is in fine shape. A real bargain at a mere 1,000 credits. How did you know? Well, I never unload this accursed thing. This isn't my fault. You can't blame me. This forgery has passed through several hands in this camp. I am merely the latest victim. I wish to abandon this dung heap. No, of course not. Another salvager sold it to me, and he bought it from another one before him. When there were more salvagers, incidents like this were common. But now there are few of us, and I'm stuck with this garbage. There's no way I can make it home to my family and children. You with all your observations. I'm not going to talk to you about the holocron anymore. So, what should we talk about? You should talk to Durala. I've told her everything I know. I think I saw the thief by the ruins of the enclave. I believe that the thief has to be living in the sub-level, because every place else has been visited many times by the salvagers. I didn't get a clear look at the thief. It was dark, and the ruins provide many hiding places.
You still lurking around here? Just go back to Kunda. You're not gonna find any Jedi artifacts here. Except the ones I'm selling. Don't tell me that flaming Sulru sent you. I went over all this with Zeron. We've been hit by the flaming thief more than he has. Every other night it seems we find something missing. And it's not like we have much. We keep asking Zeron to help us, but he sends us nobody. So the thief keeps coming from the ruins or whatever hole he lives in and taking what's ours. If we ever catch him, we'll take our time killing him. That's our best guess. Sneaky as sin, but Raylan caught a glance of him that way. We keep hoping the Legrex finish the thief off, but that would be far too easy for us. If you haven't met Raylan, though, he's not reliable. He's in the camp if you want to talk to him about the thief. If you must. If you can do something about the thief, do it and get out of here. There's nothing for you here anyway. If you're not going to listen to anybody, maybe you can help me out. The only place that has anything is the sublevel. And only a couple of fools have gone there. And they're now dead fools. I'd like to do the decent thing and get their bodies and put them to rest. That hole isn't a fit place for a salvager. So, if you find a couple human corpses down there, just grab their gear and their bodies. I'll pay you 500 credits for each of them. Us salvagers that are still here have to stick together.
Do you feel it?
There's a reason she wants that.
World, it is centered here. If we succeed in gathering the Jedi...
I would love...
And if those Jedi are slain, then all that remains of the Order
to
shall
build
return here as well.
this to live in. I know it's extravagant.
We will know when the time comes. And I hope our enemies do not.
How may I serve?
Announcement. You have caused us to a no threat.
You are no threat to me.
How do you like that?
A weakness is revealed.
How do you like that? How do you like that? How do you like that?
A weakness is revealed.
Let me handle this.
Soon.
Yeah, we're pretty much done with fucking around. We are indeed a Jedi Master.
How do you like that?
How do you like that? How do you like that?
The only question is, which side is the sub-level? That's the caved-in door. We have to go to the other one. I really think save and delete should not be buttons that are right next to each other.
Who are we missing? We're one off.
We're missing Joran. I don't see Joran.
That runt of a Cathhound, he's the one with the backpack. Did anybody grab anything from the room? Anybody? What do you want? I managed to get this sad lot of salvagers to work together. Then we get 2 rooms into the sub-level, and we get swarmed by Lagrex. And even then we fight our way out. But of course the only one that managed to grab the salvage is still in there. I don't even know why I bothered. Nothing. Find out for yourself. I'm not interested in training the competition. Now, if you don't mind, we're going someplace you can't eavesdrop on us, and get down to our business.
Fine, you want to be that way. I'm the only one who can rescue your backpack full of goods. Oh, look at that. I just leveled up. I really should be putting some points into security. I need the repair points. To work on my little buddy. And I really should be working on ways to improve the party. They went 2 rooms into the sub-level and got jumped by Lagrex.
This
This was a Jedi Council chamber. And I can't run around the outside of it. Alright, let's check the other side here. I want to make sure that I've cleared all the leg wrecks between the front door and him. Demolitions. Johnny shield. I thought this was the room that their friend was holed up in. My bad. I'm wrong. This is definitely not the side that their friend is in.
Let me handle this.
I don't know which one of my buddies just healed me, but
Avalanche Multimedia said, Lobster is the Marvel Rivals game. My controller works on Metal Slug Awakening fine wirelessly.
How do you like that? How do you like that?
My leg wrecks! You've killed them! They're my pets! I'm not a thief! People give to the Jedi in exchange for service. They were just giving.
Avalanche Multimedia
You're one
said,
of them.
The
Just
game's
another
not
stinking
recognizing
salvager and
controller,
thief,
not the
stealing
system.
what belongs to Jedi. I am a Padawan, and one day I will learn enough to be a Jedi. I was studying here when Darth Malak and the Sith came. I was outside the enclave when my master left me at the Mandalay estate. Shen protected me. But the Sith came asking questions. All the Mandalays died. But I hid. Even when the estate was burning, I hid. So I hide. I'm hiding until my master returns. You were? I had no idea. You aren't anymore? Are there any Jedi left? Is that even possible? That's horrible. Are there any masters left to teach us? I remember him. I sent my Legrex to get him to leave, but he just made my pets stop. I was going to talk to him, but the mercenaries came for him. They never come down here. I was surprised and hid. There was a big fight. They said they were going to take him someplace. Let me try to remember. The Kinrath cave. Yes, that's what they said. I know that was wrong. I'll stop. I was just trying to get enough credits to eat. But I'll think of something else. Something that doesn't hurt anyone. I found some things. I don't know how to use them. Here, you can have them. I had a holocron, but it said terrible things. I threw it far away. It told me the Jedi were no more, that I needed to survive and do anything to protect my home. The holocron was more forceful the longer I learned. It frightened me. I threw it into the ruins. I went back to find it, but the salvager stole it. It was my only teacher. I don't know. I'll try to find a master to teach me. There have to be some left. I'm not going to use the Force until I find one. So much has gone wrong. Should I feel bad that I feel better? But I still need to find a master. The lessons I learned, I think I need to unlearn them. And also with you. Thank you.
Oh, good, I got a lightsaber. One lightsaber. And she was not even the one that I needed to find. The person I'm here to find didn't even make it 2 rooms in.
Someone out there? Anybody? Help! Legrex are everywhere! Help me! I'm trapped in here! Yes, I am. I locked the door in here. I thought I was gonna be Legrex compost. Did you take care of him, stranger? You must be fierce with a blaster, then. Give me a moment. I sort of jammed the door a bit. Just don't leave.
Thanks for saving me. I thought those Legrex had me for sure. It's all Tapelay's fault. She said the entryway to the sublevel was safe enough. This area has hardly been explored. We barely got in here. And then everybody started going left and right, grabbing anything they could. It was every man for himself, and nobody was watching for Lagrex. Then before you know it, we were under attack by those beasts. So salvagers were running every which way, and they left me to die. No, I didn't get anything. Now I'd just like to leave. I guess you're right. I grabbed a couple of things in the room we were in. I didn't want to tell you because you might make a claim for it. I need the credits. There's no way I'm gonna give those to you. I risked my life for those. I've given you all the credits I got, but I earned what I found. Now, I hadn't thought of that. We could arrange something like that. That would work. I managed to grab 3 things. One's some sort of crystal, and the other looks like parts. For a lightsaber, maybe, I don't know. If you give me 1,300 credits, you can have it all. That'll be enough for me to get off this rock. No returns on this. You're stuck with what you buy. Well, it doesn't work that way. Maybe it's worth a lot more than 1,300 credits and you make off real good. Maybe it's a lot less and I make off real good. You can buy it from me here or at the salvager camp. I'll hold on to it for you. I owe you that much at least. Just don't take too long. Well, I'll hold on to it then, but I won't sell it to anyone. If you want to buy it from me later, just meet me at the salvager camp.
Yeah, he's the source of lightsaber parts if you haven't got them yet. Really? I'm a failure on that one?
What's going on? How do you like that? How do you like that?
Dead salvager. Journal entry, dead salvager. In one of these type rooms, we find the bodies of the salvagers who...
Let's get this over with. Like that.
She just went up a level. Kind of have to manually bring up the Jedi levels. We have to think about their levels. Because of who we made them. Let's save that game. It's still an old-fashioned game that crashes. Ooh, that one went off.
Zero Core said. Sadly, I haven't been sleeping well at all lately and starting to feel a bit worn out. Gonna take a nap. Have a great stream / night, Rob. Zero Core said. Have a great night, everyone.
I don't know which terminal I've just overloaded. I overloaded the terminal I was standing at. Not the smartest thing I did. Take care, Zero. Okay, the Aerolam crystal would be nice because it does +2 damage and +2 attack. Massive criticals, +2 to 12 damage on a critical. +5 deflection. Massive criticals. Definitely want the deflection emitter. And there's a nice blue lightsaber for the gang. There we upgrade. Good old Visas. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to take one last trip to the restroom. I encourage everybody to refresh your beverage, grab a snack. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Sorry about that, folks. All right, I'm back to my silver blade, which is indeed my blade color of choice. That Frosian scout belt.
Let's go.
Gives stealth and dex bonus instead of just stealth bonus.
Your gnome weakness is revealed.
Take him down.
Obviously, the indoor dimensions of this place are entirely too large.
A weakness is revealed. I shall make this one see.
What's going on?
All right, he still. I need an armor set for him that protects him, but lets him use force powers. Very difficult to find. Because he can't use the normal Zeshan Shah stuff. Ooh, gravitonic strike. I'm not familiar with that. Bayodur can release energy stored in capacitors in his arm during combat, causing an extra 3 to 18 electric damage with a 20% chance of causing slow. And it's only for him. That's why I'm not familiar with it. I can give him finesse lightsaber. But I'd need to know whether or not he had either a strength or dexterity bonus, which would be good to know. I could give him dueling because I've already given him lightsaber combat. That would be good for when he's using a lightsaber. And it's not a bad choice. And force push does not get restricted by armor use. And unless things change, he's going to be the one using that blue lightsaber.
Your arrival is fortunate. I was just running out of food supplies and wondering what Legrek's meat would taste like. I am an historian and scientist working for the Republic and a self-styled disciple of knowledge. If I may ask, what brings you to these ruins? Then it would appear we have similar goals. Perhaps we can benefit from sharing information. Feel free to ask me whatever you wish. I was trapped in this room by Legrex. I can handle one or two alone, but they came at me in a large group. I don't know why they are massing in the enclave. I'm concerned that they may have been drawn here by some disturbance. The other reason was the ruins of the Jedi enclave, and once I arrived, I felt it was necessary to stay, to protect what was left. Much had been taken from the enclave, both by raiders and others. I wish to preserve what I could. Many artifacts were taken from the enclave, but these thefts, they had to have been done by someone who knew the enclave well. I suspect the Jedi themselves took the holocrons and records, but I do not know why. Someone has been taking holocrons from sites across the galaxy. It was almost as if someone does not want their knowledge used to find the Jedi. The situation on Dantooine is echoed in other places in the galaxy. Raiders, smugglers, all seek to plunder what remains of the Jedi, and even the Sith. More so than the Jedi themselves, I fear the loss of their history.
Why is that?
Much has been forgotten in recent wars, and I fear that greater troubles shall stem from that loss of knowledge in the future. The destruction of the Academy on Ossus near the Kron Drift in the Sith War, the teachings of Master Arca, the adventures of Jolie Bindo on the Rimward missions. All of these things are in danger of being lost forever. What else would you like to know? Someone has been taking holocrons from sites across the galaxy. It was almost as if someone does not want the situation more so. What else? No. It is something of a mystery why they would exile themselves. It is not the way of the Jedi to vanish in such a way, especially when the Republic is in need of them. I fear that there is something else at work, something that we cannot see. Then again, perhaps the Jedi are hiding simply because so many people hate them these days. It is difficult sometimes for the Jedi to see such things, since much of it is rooted in human nature, and the Jedi are often removed from events of daily life, insulated. But the reason the Jedi Civil War was named such was because few in the galaxy can recognize the difference between the Sith and the Jedi. To them,
this is true.
They are both Jedi, with different philosophies. Not always. Jedi often fall. They cause much harm on Onderon, for example, in the name of peace and protection. Uleg Keldroma and Exar Kun, the two Dark Lords during the Sith War many decades ago, were once Jedi Knights, as were Revan and Malak. It is perhaps more amazing that some still trust Jedi after many have fallen and endangered the galaxy. It is also proof that a single Force wielder can change the face of the galaxy. And that is a frightening thing indeed. Hate? No. I do not hate them. They only raise questions without answers. Jedi are not supposed to be like the rest of us. They are supposed to see a higher purpose in all things. And they are supposed to train students responsibly and well, so mistakes of the past are not repeated. Yet all I saw was ignorance and arrogance, and what those seeds created in the Republic. It is difficult to follow the Jedi Code when so few others have.
Ignorance and arrogance.
Many Jedi defy the Order during the Mandalorian Wars, and it paved the way for the Jedi Civil War. There is no blame. All must accept. But, at its core, one must wonder if it was the failure of the Jedi teachings, or the teachers themselves. Many of the Jedi Council trained Exar Kun, Ulik, Revan, and Malak. How could they not see the danger they posed? And if they could not, perhaps there was some essential part of their teachings that was flawed. Something beyond the Jedi Code that they were missing. I am not certain you understand what happened with Revan. Do you wish me to explain?
Go on.
Revan was captured in the middle of the Jedi Civil War, due in no small part to his apprentice Malak, who turned on him. Revan was brought before the Jedi Council and put on trial. You must understand that the situation was desperate, and the Jedi needed to know how Revan had amassed the forces arrayed against them. As I understand it, they were able to convince Revan to have a change of heart. Revan helped the Republic defeat Malak. Perhaps in his conversation with the Jedi Masters, they were able to convince him of the rightness of their actions. Revan had many masters. Zar, Dorak, Master K before K left for the wars. Towards the end of his training, he sought out many to learn techniques. It is said that he returned to his first master at the end of his training, in order to learn how he might best leave the Order. What else would you like to know? I imagine in your travels of the galaxy you've seen many people. Faces tend to blur together after a time. What else would you like to know? I'm trying to save the Republic. Dantooine and the Jedi Order are instrumental to that effort. Despite the troubles of the Jedi Civil War, there are those among the Republic who still favor the Jedi and wish them to return. And there are admirals within the fleet who recognize that the Jedi must be found if the Republic is to hold together. Yet as long as Onderon remains within the Republic, and the efforts on Telos succeed, that is all that matters.
Why Telos
The Republic
and
is
Onderon?
fragile right now. Telos is important because its success will determine whether or not the other dead worlds receive the same reconstruction efforts. If Telos is rebuilt and made habitable again, it will affect a string of worlds along the rim.
And Onderon?
Onderon, strangely enough, was unaffected by the Jedi Civil War. It's almost as if Revan didn't want to attack it. Its resources and position on the rim make it a vital supply line and guard post against outer rim attacks. Also, it's the only world in the Republic still capable of seeding ecosystems into other dead worlds. Onderon's wildlife is some of the most aggressive in the known galaxy. Merely placing some of those beasts on target worlds will guarantee their habitation for years to come. The Jedi are a symbol. As much damage as their reputation took during the Sith War and the Jedi Civil War, there are still many who they serve as an example. Plus, there have been times in the past where a single Jedi has been enough to change the face of a world, or a galaxy. I suppose I still believe that might be possible. Despite the betrayal of many of the Jedi against the Republic, I must concede that as figureheads, they do serve a vital role. What else would you like to know? I do not know if you are aware of how fragile the Republic is at the moment. Its influence is stretched thin, and it grows weaker with time. The Jedi Civil War brought much suffering to the galaxy. and the forces that Malak and Revan amassed against us seemed limitless. Many worlds were destroyed, trade routes disrupted, and the Republic fleet was almost decimated. While it is said that Revan and several Republic heroes and Jedi defeated Malak, in many ways Malak had already won.
Oh, what do you
the
mean?
The war was costly, and it shattered the Republic. In time, the Republic might recover, but if a threat strikes now, if certain key worlds are not held, then the Republic will collapse. What else would you like to know? Before you go, I had a question for you. You came to Dantooine in search of Jedi. Why? If the Sith are rising in the galaxy again, then it is strange the Jedi would not be there to meet them, and that we have not seen more evidence of the Sith. No, I believe you. I merely find
Alboon
such
Gaming
subtleties among the Sith
said,
to be strange.
Hey
They have
Rob
been
and all
known
in
to
chat.
practice
Welcome
deception.
aboard,
But in the
Alboon!
histories, since the time of the Dark Lords Khoon and Keldroma, and Revan and Malak, such subtleties have been rare. I will return to Kunda now and await the next transport. You may find me there if you have more questions.
Orders from Azkul, leader of the mercenaries. Vrook has wandered into the enclave alone. You will take a full squad and capture the Jedi alive. Bring him to our nook in the Kinroth Caves. Await transport to Nar Shadda. He will fetch a fine bounty. Get out of here. Boy, you took your time.
To battle.
Yeah, we just blew up that room. Jedi Master Robe.
Alhoon Gaming said, I sent you a DM on Discord Rob last night.
Let's get this over with.
think I got the DM, and I don't remember not replying to it, but I thought I did reply to it. If I didn't reply to it, I apologize. I intended to reply. And I will reply to it soon. I certainly intended to reply, but we were a little busy this morning, so my apologies if I fucked that up.
Alhoon Gaming said, "That's alright, was just checking to make sure you got it, that was all. The video has been released today."
Don't stand in there, that door is being opened. Personal note, a couple of weeks, no one has come for me. I can only assume the enclave was destroyed topside. Now I'm buried alive here. Tried using the equipment in the storage room to hack, force, weld, or blow that flaming security door, but nothing I've tried works. Imagine being in a room full of equipment and not having the food to survive. Or even having food, but knowing this was the last room you were ever going to be in. You found a will on this salvager. It states that all the possessions to be left to the other dead salvager. Well... Yeah, I'm a bad, bad man. Why should I give the possessions to another dead person when all that's going to do is continue the fighting that's already going on? It's already a headache for the administration. Have we circled the entire place? We have. It's time for us to go.
Avalanche Multimedia said, got it working. Steam input for Xbox controllers wasn't ticked on.
That's why I said to run the utilities.
Sublevel, yes. Many stories and artifacts in your possession. This is fortuitous for myself and associates. For now, not only do I get rich salvage, but an even richer bounty. Do not be making this difficult. Your death can be quite painless. Negotiations are not possible. A deal has been made with anxious people. People you do not cross. And now, Jedi, we shall fight.
You chose death. I want you to know that.
How do you like that?
I gave you the option to negotiate. There was no need for you to choose this. But no, you can't listen.
What? Who is that? Oh, it's you. You go down into the sublevels yet? Or did you suddenly develop some sense? It's a shame about them. Have any luck getting to their bodies? I figure there's about no chance you'll succeed, but the reward is still open. You have? You managed to find them down there? You're tougher than you look. I have 1,000 credits for their bodies and their personal effects. And no reward, too.
Avalanche Multimedia
helpful. I
said,
have to go take
"He'll
care of
work
something.
on 2 TB
I'll talk with you
SSD
later.
later today. We only need RAM and 4 TB SSD New Year's Eve. Then we will not only be functional, we will be backup, fallback."
It's you again. Thanks for helping me out down there. I still have those Jedi artifacts I found for you. If you don't want them, I can sell them to Durala.
Avalanche Multimedia said.
All
Thank
of us
you, Rob
salvagers
and
know
Gary.
about that. I'd asked Derala, though. She's talked with the militia the most.
No worries, Tony.
She asked me, the thief isn't human. One of those smart Legrecs. It's you again. I still... I found... If you... A pleasure doing business with you. Now I can finally get passage back home. I hope that junk is worth it to you, I really do. Come back anytime. It'll take me a while to get everything set straight.
Alright, I've got an improved fencing emitter, a couple of a lens, a crystal. Not worth
It's
1,000.
you again. I really hope, but it's nice to see you again. Oh, they like tunnels, and we never... It was all tape-a-lace. We barely got in there. Then, before you know it, we were... Oh, they like tunnel. It was all... We barely... Then...
I hear you saved Joran. How many settlers would help us salvagers?
You saved Joran, huh? Hope the reward was worth it for saving that sad excuse for a salvager.
I hear you saved Joran. I hear you saved Joran. How many settlers would help us salvagers? You're all right by me.
Yeah, I want to talk about Suluru, though. And I know that you have his stuff. I guess they move. I guess in the in the reclaimed content mod, he doesn't have their stuff.
A weakness is revealed. Like that. This way.
Avalanche Multimedia said. I've done like Alvin said, like I already have games. Separate Windows is on its own, programs are on separate drives, so I have C:// Windows D:// programs D:// BD-ROM drive /F:/ games drive G:// channeling. Avalanche Multimedia said. Drive.
Always best to follow Gary's advice.
Avalanche Multimedia said. Works a whole lot better, even faster than before.
How may I serve?
Put that away.
What do you want now?
You still won't talk nice about the Jedi, so guess I don't want anything.
Admiral, this is Mikal. I have found the exile.
If it weren't for the Jedi, we'd be a prosperous community. Zaron keeps goading the mercenaries. I think he should let the little things slide. He makes things worse for everyone.
Salvagers are just thieves and scavengers. I can't wait until the last of them leaves.
Any luck on getting my modulator back from Joran? I don't think anyone here will be able to help me. Excellent. How did you deal with Joran? It has to be someone near their camp, and no one else lives around them. You might be right, but I doubt
Well,
it.
it's kind of following on my own setup, but yes, Gary's advice just a
They turning on
continuation.
their own? Typical. That's about all I know. I've never seen the thief clearly. You have any idea who it is? Really? So it isn't a salvager. Well, the war affected different people different ways. Is she gonna be all right? I guess I had it all wrong. I thought those salvagers were to blame. Look, if you see her again, tell her maybe we can work something out. I need help on my farm. She's already shown she knows something about farming equipment. I know a lot of people that need a second chance right about now. Here's your reward. Finally, I can get back to work. Thanks for the help. I plan on going back to the farm shortly.
You used to be able to get him to talk nice about the Jedi.
A lot of people here hate Jedi. But when they were here, they tried helping us. I don't blame them.
Avalanche Multimedia said, "Now I get what means partitions, but I've just separate drived M."
She looks like she's choking. Well, we are about the 4-hour mark, and that's usually where I save. So we're
Avalanche
going to go ahead
Multimedia
and save here.
said, "But second build ill partition on one drive."
I'm going to go ahead and thank everybody for coming out and staying with me for the 4 hours and 20 minutes that we've been out here live today. I hope everybody had a good time, because I sure enjoy bringing it to you. I'll be back tomorrow night with the fellas for Phasmophobia. I really hope that everybody's doing well. It's the holiday season, so make sure that you're checking in on those friends and family. Make sure that everybody's got that
Avalanche
little bit
Multimedia
extra cheer.
said, "A lot accomplished today, including channel goal of 190.
Until then, everybody, I'm Rob. Thanks for gaming with RP.